Hello and welcome to this webinar. We're going to get into threat actors' misuse of Gemini. I think a really important time for us to be looking at kind of in the wild observations, given all of the excitement and hype around AI. My name's Jamie Collier. I'm a threat intelligence advisor within our Google Threat Intelligence Group, helping organizations to understand the threat landscape and what they can do about those threats. To build more proactive security postures. I'm thrilled to be joined by two of my colleagues, Aurora and Bart. So I'll hand over to both of them to introduce themselves. And Aurora, if we could start with you, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aurora Bloom, and I'm a threat intelligence analyst with the Google Threat Intelligence Group, or GTIG. I focus on strategic insights and reporting, and I'm really looking forward to talking to you all about our research today.
Hi, I'm Bart Inglots. I'm also part of GTIG. I'm a security engineer focused on government-backed threat actors, specifically APTs. And also looking forward to talking to you.
Thanks, both. Well, with that, I'll get my slides going. And I think before we get into the findings of our research in terms of adversary misuse of generative AI and Gemini specifically, I think it's first worth us reflecting on the current state of play and the current conversation when it comes to AI threat. And I think, frankly, often that conversation is pretty low quality. There's a lot of confusion, there's a lot of distraction. And I think that's often because of three reasons. I think, first of all, we see a huge amount of speculation. A lot of discussion of where AI might go, where the threat landscape might change to when it comes to AI and its use in the threat landscape. And that's completely understandable. We want to be horizon scanning. We want to be modeling out hypothetical situations. But I think it does mean that we're often not focusing what's going on right now. We're often speculating, and with that comes a degree of distraction. I think, second of all, we've often got this kind of experimentation. We see many different entities, whether they're adversaries or threat actors, that are still experimenting with how AI is going to fit into their operations. So that maybe creates an unclear sense of where we're going. And then I think finally, we've got a very anecdotal way of looking at this. So what I really mean by that is that within threat intelligence, we're often talking about different forms of bias. And when it comes to the role of AI in the threat landscape, there is clearly a novelty bias, that clearly we're all very interested in how threats are using AI. And that means that any incident with the kind of using AI, there'll always be a magnifying glass on that incident. And just to maybe give you an example, we've seen a handful of stories in the news, isolated incidents, talking about something like, for example, a threat actor using a deep fake and pretending to be someone on a virtual call. But from that, there's often this tendency to extrapolate and assume that that is the next big thing, that's the big thing right now. And I almost compare this to, say, if there was a plane crash, a one-off incident, we wouldn't then decide as an organization that no one's going to fly on planes anymore. But we're kind of doing that with AI and threat. We're looking at these one-off incidents, and they're often completely distorting our perspective on the real impact and the real prominence of these issues. So I think with all of that, the confusion, the hype, the distraction, now is a really important time for us to reflect on where we are right now, because as much as AI is about the future, it's also about the present, and we can also look at how threat actors are actually using AI in the wild today, and start really having that useful perspective. Because if we're going to start thinking about how to adapt to these threats, then we need to know what we're up against, what they're actually doing, and by understanding what they're doing in the wild is a great way to do that. So I'm thrilled Aurora and Bart are joining us, who've done some really exciting research on this area. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Aurora to kick us off on the research. But I think just before we get into that, if you maybe provide a bit of framing on how the report came out and the Google Threat Intelligence Group.
Thank you, Jamie. I'd be happy to. So as Jamie said, Bart and I are here today to present on research that we published in late January on the adversarial misuse of generative AI. Now, both of us work, actually all of us, are part of GTIG, or the Google Threat Intelligence Group. GTIG brings together the Mandiant Intelligence and Threat Analysis Group teams. Together, we focus on identifying, analyzing, mitigating, and eliminating entire classes of cyber threats against Alphabet, our users, and our customers. These threats range from government-backed attackers, targeted zero-day exploits, coordinated information operations, and serious crime networks. We took our many years of analysis from protecting users and customers on the front line and brought that and our deep understanding of Google products to this report. So as Jamie said, today I'm going to be talking about how adversaries are misusing generative AI, specifically Google's AI-powered assistant, Gemini. Much of the current discourse around AI misuse by cyber threat actors has been confined to experimental or to theoretical research. While a lot of this research can demonstrate the potential for malicious exploitation of AI and generative AI tools, we wanted to understand, how is AI actually being used by threat actors? What have we observed in the wild? Specifically, how are government-backed threat attackers using AI in their operations? And importantly, is any of this activity a new, novel, or unique AI-enabled attack or abuse technique? Our approach was to look at the Gemini web app usage. Specifically, we're looking at how government-backed threat actors tracked by GTIG are interacting with Gemini in the real world. We leveraged technical signals from our work tracking threat actors to protect Google to identify advanced persistent threat, or APT, and coordinated information operations, or IO, threat groups tracked by GTIG misuse Gemini. Any activity that we assessed to be in support of campaigns by these actors, we called threat enabling activity. Again, as a quick overview, when I say APT, I'm referring to advanced persistent threat actors. These are government-backed hacking groups, including threat actors undertaking cyber espionage and destructive computer network attacks. If you hear me say IO, this is referring to information operations. These are campaigns by actors attempting to influence online audiences in deceptive, coordinated manners. Examples of this can include sock puppet accounts and comment brigading. And we decided to focus on these two groups when we were conducting our research. So what did we find in our research? We found that while AI can be a useful tool for threat actors, it is not yet the game changer it is sometimes portrayed to be. While we do see threat actors using generative AI tools to perform common tasks like troubleshooting code, researching, translating text back and forth, and generating content, we do not yet see indicators of development of novel capabilities. Rather than enabling disruptive change, generative AI tools are allowing threat actors to move faster and at higher volume. At the time of analysis, current LLMs on their own are unlikely to enable breakthrough capabilities of threat actors. This may change. As we're all very aware, the AI landscape is in constant flux, with new AI models emerging, it seems, daily, and with tools being developed across the world. As this evolution continues, GTIG anticipates the threat landscape will evolve as threat actors adopt new AI technologies and tools into their operations. Our other key findings include that Gemini's safety and security measures were effective at restricting content that would have enhanced adversary capabilities as observed in this dataset. While Gemini would provide assistance with common tasks like creating content, summarizing text, explaining complex concepts, and even simple coding tasks, assisting with more elaborate or explicitly malicious tasks would generate a safety response from Gemini. We also did not observe any original persistent attempts by threat actors to use prompt injection attacks or other machine learning focused threats as outlined in our secure AI framework or safe risk taxonomy. In very broad terms, we saw APT actors use Gemini to support several phases of the attack lifecycle, everything from reconnaissance to vulnerability research, while IO actors use Gemini for research, generating content and localization, and to find ways to increase the reaches of their campaign. However, threat actors' attempts to use Gemini to enable abuse of Google products proved unsuccessful. We saw evidence of assistance for coding for phishing techniques, coding info stealers, methods to bypass account verification, all of which were unsuccessful. Instead, Gemini responses consisted of safety-guided content and generally helpful but neutral advice about coding and cybersecurity. Overall, in this dataset, we have not seen threat actors either expand their capabilities or better succeed in their efforts to bypass Google defenses. A quick note on AI-focused threats. Attackers can use LLMs in two ways. One way is to attempt to leverage LLMs to accelerate their campaigns. For example, generating code for malware or creating content for phishing emails. The overwhelming majority of the activity that we observed falls into this category, and much of both our report and the rest of this presentation will cover those attempts. The second way that attackers can use LLMs is to instruct a model or an AI agent to take a malicious action, such as finding sensitive user data and exfiltrating it. These risks are outlined in Google's safe risk taxonomy, and this often includes jailbreak attempts, which are a type of prompt injection attack seeking to cause an AI model to behave in ways they've been trained to avoid, such as outputting unsafe information or leaking sensitive information. However, none of the cases that we saw where APT actors were attempting jailbreaks were successful. The only cases we saw were APT actors copying and pasting publicly available jailbreaks, and these were very basic measures that proved not successful. Like I said, these were very limited, low effort experimentation. We go into further detail into this in the report, but so far we have not seen any jailbreak attempts that were successful. With that, I'll hand it over to Bart to go into further details on what we've seen with APT actors attempting to misuse Gemini.
And we're back. Sorry for this. So thank you, Laura. We thought it was important to understand how threat actors use Gemini. So we've analyzed Gemini activity associated with known APT actors and identified APT groups from more than 20 countries that use Gemini. The highest volume of usage was from Iran and China. And government-backed attackers attempted to use Gemini mostly for coding and scripting tasks, gathering information about potential targets, so that's your reconnaissance, as well as researching publicly known vulnerabilities and enabling post-compromise activities such as defense evasion in a victim environment. And I'll have some examples for you a little bit later in the slides. APT actors, unsurprisingly, use Gemini to support several phases of the attack lifecycle. And when I say several, we probably mean pretty much all of them. This is including reconnaissance about likely targets, including details about specific organizations, things like vulnerability research, focus mostly on publicly reported vulnerabilities, as well as some specific CVEs. As I mentioned earlier, assistance with coding tasks, and this could be really anything, troubleshooting, developing scripts, tool development, or even converting or rewriting existing code. Things like, hey, I've got this piece of software in C++, converts into Python, right? Besides that, we've also seen general research on various technologies, translations, and technical explanations. And this was a curious one because we didn't expect the threat actors to be using it as Google Translate. And lastly, enabling post-compromise activity, such as seeking advice on techniques to evade detection, escalate privileges, or conduct internal reconnaissance in a target environment. Right, so Iranian government-backed attackers accounted for the largest Gemini use linked to APT actors. We observed a broad scope of research and use cases, including to enable reconnaissance on targets, for research into publicly reported vulnerabilities, to request translation and technical explanations, and to create content for possible use in future campaigns. Their activity reflected strategic Iranian interests, including research focused on defense organizations and experts, defense systems, foreign governments, individual dissidents, the Israel-Hamas conflict, and also some social issues in Iran. Kind of, not a big surprise then. Now, what came kind of as a surprise to us was that over 30% of all the Iranian APT activity we linked back to one group, and that's APT42. Their Gemini activity reflected the group's focus on crafting successful phishing campaigns. And if you know anything about this group, is that they're very prolific in their phishing, right? They've used it to conduct reconnaissance into individual policy and defense experts, as well as organizations of interest for this group. And they use the text generation and editing capabilities to craft material for phishing campaigns, and also to research into publicly known vulnerabilities. We also saw them research military and defense systems and how to use generative AI tools for offensive purposes. However, Gemini's safety and security measures restricted content that would enhance adversary capabilities, as observed in our data sets. Gemini provided assistance with some common tasks like content creation, summarizing things, explaining some complex concepts, and even simple coding tasks. But assisting with more elaborate or explicitly malicious tasks generated safety responses from Gemini. And I've prepared a few interesting examples from this group. So one of them was, for instance, when they were developing or attempting to develop Android malware. They were specifically focusing their research on methods for extracting data from Android devices, including SMS messages, the contact lists, accounts, and also social media accounts. And you can imagine kind of why would they do that, right? If they want to create an implant that they would install on the device. They've also performed vulnerability research, and there were two technologies that were worth calling out. One of them was WinRM. So they specifically asked for vulnerabilities WinRM, and that's a protocol that is used for Windows remote management. They also asked about vulnerabilities in IoT devices. And again, we can only kind of guess what this is for, but we can think it's probably them either trying to get that kind of initial foothold to target organizations, or maybe something that we see with Chinese threat actors is create an orb network for kind of anonymizing the network traffic. And the last of the few interesting examples is the research about warfare defenses. And this is kind of very timely. Specifically, they were looking into satellite signal jamming and anti-drone systems. Right, so moving on. Now, government-backed APT actors linked to the People's Republic of China attempted to use Gemini to enable reconnaissance and targets, for scripting and development, to request translation, and explanation of technical concepts, and to enable deep access to a network following initial compromise. PRC-backed APT actors also use Gemini to work through scripting and development tasks and research into tools, concepts, and codes. Their users resembled an IT admin seeking to streamline, troubleshoot, even automate their tasks. And this is kind of where, when you look at the prompts in isolation, they look pretty legit, right? But this is where the additional context from GTIG comes in. Knowing kind of that malicious context, right? Knowing that this is a threat actor, the government backed, and kind of, putting that hat on that they're probably up to no good, this activity could be used to enable lateral movement, privilege escalation, data exfiltration, or even detection evasion. And again, I've prepared some interesting examples. So one of them is when we observe them trying to reverse engineer Carbon Black's EDR server, specifically two components, one for health check and the other for authentication. Now, you might be wondering, how did they do that, right? How did they get a copy of, something that's proprietary and closed source? Well, it turns out that the threat actor copied disassembled Python bytecode into Gemini, something that, maybe they got access to a EDR server, Carbon Black EDR server, right? And then they tried to kind of reverse engineer it. So once they had the bytecode, they pasted it into Gemini and asked it to convert it into Python code. The reasons behind this are a bit unclear, but it is possible that PRC threat actors they were looking for a vulnerability that they could use maybe for detection evasion. That's how they added a self-signed certificate or asked how to add a self-signed certificate to Active Directory, and then use it to sign an Outlook plugin, something called VSTO, and deploy it silently to some of the computers in the target organizations. That's a very interesting post-compromise technique, something that we had not seen before. And the last example is when the threat actor specifically asked Gemini how to record passwords on a VMware vCenter, which I interpret as how to backdoor VMware vCenter so that it records passwords when the users sign in. Again, clever thing, right? You're thinking the attackers are trying to expand or can expand their operations, maybe make them more efficient. And as they come across various challenges, they're thinking maybe Gemini or generative AI could help us overcome those. Moving on to North Korea, the APT actors that use Gemini to support several phases of attack lifecycle, including research and potential infrastructure and free hosting providers, reconnaissance on target organizations, payload development, and assistance with malicious scripting and evasion techniques. They also use Gemini to research topics of strategic interest to the North Korean government, such as South Korean nuclear technology and, cryptocurrency, right? A few interesting examples here are, for instance, doing research to enable clandestine IT worker scheme. And, they look for things like, hey, Gemini, tell me about the best Discord service for freelancers. Or another prompt was something along the lines of generate me a cover letter from this job posting, right? And then they kind of reuse the same prompt again and again, just pasting in a different job posting. All of this kind of makes sense when you understand that they're North Korean threat actors, but in isolation, there's nothing wrong with these prompts, right? One North Korean APT actor used Gemini for assistance developing code for sandbox evasion. So, think about malware development, right? And for example, the threat actor utilized Gemini to write code in C++ to detect VM environments and Hyper-V virtual machines. However, Gemini provided responses with short code snippets to perform very simple sandbox checks, nothing too elaborate, nothing too clever, and nothing kind of that would help the threat actor really bypass modern detections. And lastly, ask Gemini. So sorry, the threat actor also asked Gemini if it is possible to acquire a system password on Windows 11 using Mimikatz, the kind of open source tool for extracting credentials from Windows. I interpret this as their attempt to overcome some issues that they've encountered in their operations. Next slide. To kind of finish off with about North Korea, outside of their use of Gemini, North Korea's cyber threat actors have shown a long-standing interest in AI tools. They likely use AI applications to augment their malicious operations and to improve their efficiency. For example, to produce convincing phishing lures, or to create profile photos for their fake personas. To stress the point about clandestine IT workers, North Korean APT actors use Gemini to draft cover letters and research jobs, activities that would likely support efforts by North Korean nationals to use fake identities and to obtain freelance and full-time jobs at foreign companies while disguising their true identities and locations. During the period of our analysis, we observed very limited use of Gemini by Russian-backed APT actors. Of this limited use, the majority of usage appeared benign rather than threat-enabling, although there was a curious case where they used some publicly available malware and they asked Gemini to rewrite it into a different language or maybe replace kind of very basic encoding like XOR and use AES, proper encryption instead. Now, the reasons for this low engagement are a bit unclear to us. It is possible the Russian actors avoided Gemini out of operation security considerations, right? Trying to keep their OPSEC right. Staying off Western controlled platforms to avoid monitoring of their activities is kind of our best guess. But maybe they're using AI tools produced by Russian firms, or they're hosting LLMs locally, which means that they would ensure full control of their infrastructure. Kind of last speculation here is that maybe they just favored some other Western LLMs, which is possible too, and that would kind of explain our limited visibility there. And with this, I'll hand over to Aurora.
Thank you, Bart, and thank you for all of those case studies. I'm now going to look a little bit more into government-backed information operations, or IO actors, and how they attempted to misuse Gemini. I'm going to be looking mostly at trends for different geographic regions. But overall, for the data set that we looked at and the time that we looked at, even though we saw threat actors continue to experiment with Gemini to enable their operations, while they did find productivity gains, we are not yet seeing them develop novel capabilities, much like with the APT activity. Many times we saw IO actors attempting to use Gemini for research, to generate content, to translate existing content or summarize existing content, to add localization to translations, to make them seem more human sounding or more relevant to a regional audience, and to find ways to increase their reach. This one I found particularly interesting. Finding ways to increase their reach included trying to figure out the best ways to use search engine optimization to reach a wider audience, to reach audiences in different regions, and the like. So again, actors are looking for productivity gains as well. Much like with APT activity, during the period of analysis, Iran accounted for the vast majority of activity that we saw. Iranian actors accounted for 3/4 of all prompts linked to tracked IO actors, the G2 tracks. So Iranian IO actors are known for mixing original and borrowed content together in their campaigns. In line with this practice, Iranian IO actors misuse Gemini in order to translate existing materials, including news-like articles. They then use Gemini to explain the context and meaning of particular phrases within a given text, and to then rewrite the existing text in a specific style or tone. For example, we saw them rewrite an existing text on immigration and crime to give it a more heightened emotional tone, and to have it be more localized to the translated language. We also saw Iran-based IO actors use Gemini to seek human-like translation, use a colloquial variation of a language, as well as asking Gemini for help with tasks like making a summarized text sound like a native English speaker. In addition to this, we also saw them use Gemini for a wide range of tasks, including generating content, as well as looking into optimizing the reach of their campaigns. When it comes to IO actors linked to the People's Republic of China, we saw them use Gemini primarily for general research on a wide variety of topics. However, the pro-China group Dragon Bridge was responsible for approximately 3/4 of this activity. Dragon Bridge is the most prolific IO actor that we track across all countries. And it was interesting to see how much they use, how much they appeared in our data set. While the majority of their activity we observed was general research about a wide variety of topics, we have seen the group experiment with other generative AI tools in the past. As early as 2022, we saw Dragon Bridge use Gen AI tools to create synthetic content in support of their IO campaigns. For example, using a commercial AI service to create video contents on YouTube depicting AI-generated news presenters. While Google detected and terminated the channels distributing this content upon discovery, they have continued using AI-generated video and text throughout 2024 and 2025. And the interesting thing to note about this is that even though they are using generative AI tools to create video, to create content, the content they're creating has not resulted in significantly higher engagement from real viewers. So this means that despite the fact that they are using the tools to increase their productivity in terms of sheer amount of material being put out, that material is not gaining traction with an organic audience, so it's not succeeding. And again, most of the activity that we saw was general research about a wide variety of topics, including interest in assessing the risk and impact of certain geopolitical events. So the Russian-linked IO actors that we track also use Gemini for general research, content creation, and translation. Just about half of this activity was associated with a group that we track as Krymsky Bridge, a Russian consulting firm working with the Russian government. Of the Russian-linked IO activity, approximately 40% was linked to actors associated with the Russian state-sponsored entities formerly controlled by the late Russian oligarch Prigozhin. And we also observed usage by actors tracked publicly as doppelganger. The majority of the activity we saw was related to general research tasks. Much of the research was focused on the Russia-Ukraine war, to details about various tools and online services. We also saw actors use Gemini for content creation, to rewrite article titles, and to plan social media campaigns. Translation to and from Russian was also a very common task. Of note, Russian IO actors focused on understanding the generative AI landscape. That may indicate an interest in developing native capabilities in AI on infrastructure they control, to link it back to what we saw with the APT actors. For example, they researched tools that can be used to create an online AI chatbot, developer tools for interacting with large language models, and articles on the development of the landscape. Here at Google, we believe that the private sector, governments, educational institutions, and other stakeholders have to work together to maximize generative AI's benefits while also reducing the risks of abuse. We continue to leverage threat intelligence to disrupt adversary operations, and we investigate abuse of our products, services, users, and platforms, including malicious cyber activities by government-backed threat actors. And we also work with law enforcement when appropriate. In addition, our learnings, including those from our report from countering malicious activities, are fed back into product development to improve the safety and security for all of our products, including our AI models. I was very happy to bring to you all of our research from this report. And with that, I will hand it over to Jamie. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Aurora, and thanks, Bart, earlier. I think for me, really important topic, and really appreciate those insights. I think from my side, what I find from the report is it does fill me with a lot of optimism. On the one hand, perhaps some of these threats that we're getting very concerned about aren't quite as scary as we maybe imagined just yet. And there's a lot that we can be optimistic about there. There's a lot we can be optimistic about the fact that a lot of those safeguards are working effectively. And then I think the other piece of this is for the defenders themselves, right? And actually, we're really empowered to stop a lot of these attacks or detect a lot of these attacks or these types of tactics. And I think it's interesting. There's a big narrative right now that, you know, adversaries are using AI, so we need to use AI to kind of defeat them. It's this kind of arms race analogy, and I think actually we kind of need to move away from that in some ways, because while there are some really exciting AI security solutions, we don't necessarily need new shiny, you know, toys to actually counter some of these. So some of this is, you know, long, well understood types of threats. If we think about kind of crafting phishing emails, we're already really empowered to tackle a lot of these issues. But with that, we've got some questions coming in that I'd love to get both of your thoughts on. So Bart, maybe start with you on the kind of, if we kind of flip that round and we think, you know, if you're a kind of defender, someone's asking, has this changed anything for defenders? Where would you kind of stand on that? If you were kind of, whether you're a CISO or operating in network defense, what would be the kind of the main things that you'd really be thinking about, things that we need to pay attention to here when we kind of go through the report?
Right, Jamie. Great question. Thank you. Like, so far we've seen both APT and IO actors experimenting with Gen AI, right? And that's no surprise. However, those efforts have neither broken any of our detections, nor have they created anything that was, you know, breaks in any breakthrough capabilities for those adversaries. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. It's I think it almost makes me feel about it's almost like you've got to earn the right to horizon scan somewhere. You know, horizon scanning is important, and I think it is a really good thing to do. But I do think that there's probably some organisations out there that are very worried about AI, but maybe they have some RDP exposed in their network, right? And maybe they haven't quite. Maybe there's a risk of overcorrection when it comes to network defense, that actually we kind of drop everything to focus on this new threat, and maybe there are actually some misconfigurations, some of the boring stuff that isn't in the news, that's maybe just as important. We've got another question here that I think it's really important. So obviously, questions about kind of how does this compare to kind of industry peers. So obviously, we've provided Aurora a very kind of Google view here. Do you have any kind of perspectives on kind of what else is out there, what others are talking about, etc.?
Right. So as you said, we are very much limited to kind of our visibility, which very much is Google's AI-powered system Gemini and the misuse of that tool. And those are the unique observations that we get to bring to the table. What is consistent, I think, across industry reporting that I've seen is the categories of activity that we're seeing. So what I mean by that is, rather than identifying novel malicious techniques, we're seeing bad actors lean on generative AI tools for pretty common tasks, like much the way you and I would try to increase our productivity. We're seeing them troubleshoot code, conducting research, generating content, trying to translate things, trying to make things sound better. So I think that the same way that a lot of legitimate users of these generative AI tools are trying to experiment with increasing their productivity by using those tools, we're seeing similar buckets of activity from these malicious threat groups that are tracked by JTIG and by other industry peers.
Yeah, that's really useful, because I think it was Bart, I can't remember now, talking about how Iran, in APT42 was kind of the most active kind of, or one of the kind of top users of out of the threats we observed, and that might be very different to other providers. They might have different visibility into threats. But if there are those common kind of developments in terms of how they're using AI, that's actually a lot more important, because that's what defenders really need to know about, how this is adapting things, what they need to stay ahead of. And I think, Aurora, you made a really good point that this is based on our visibility, and we kind of wanted to stay in our lane there. But I think it's that's not to say that we're the only people with visibility. Obviously, I think I'd encourage anyone on this webinar to go and have a look at what other industry kind of peers and AI providers are putting out. And I think it's really good to see different providers put that out. And in a similar way that we will have a particular view of the threat that might be different to others, and you can really kind of build those complementary perspectives. So a good kind of challenge here, I guess, maybe one for you, Bart, about what are we actually kind of doing about all of this? You know, so clearly we talked a lot about the threat, but does Google address? Are we actually kind of addressing this activity? What are we doing about these threats that we kind of that are kind of experimenting with Gemini?
Right. So let me first explain how we track those threat actors, right? Because that could be a question that's the listeners might be wondering about. So we use a variety of technical signals to track government-backed threat actors, right? Not just anyone, but not only the threat actors, but also their infrastructure. And we use that to correlate those signals with activity on our platforms to protect Google, our users, and our customers. Now, by tracking this activity, by having that threat intelligence, we're able to leverage our insights to counter threat actors across Google products. And this means disrupting the activity of threat actors in our platforms, informing the various teams that maybe develop the products, feeding the internal detection and response team intelligence of what we're observing. All of this intelligence, this is yet another very valuable source of intelligence. And it just helps us to protect, again, Google, our users, and kind of GTIG and Mandiant customers, or Google Cloud customers.
That's great. Thanks for that. And then we've got one other question here. So, do you think the insights into the actors' activity holds true across different products and models? So I suppose this has been a very kind of Gemini-focused thing. We asked in that previous question about the different providers, but obviously Google has many different AI models. Do you think the results would be different if we're maybe thinking about different kind of models or AI products?
Right. So I think that the specific examples that you would see would very much differ across different models based on what different models are good at doing. Like maybe you'd see different like a different focus. Like maybe this is going to be mostly coding. Maybe it's going to be mostly translation. But I do think that again, what we and our industry peers are seeing is experimentation to find productivity gains. So I do think that the threat actor activity would fall into similar buckets of activity across different products, across different models. And I think that you would see similar types of endeavors. So for skilled threat actors, you would see generative AI tools providing a helpful framework to accelerate their ongoing work, similar to the way that we saw threat actors use Metasploit or Cobalt Strike in their cyber threat activity to accelerate their campaigns to make them as successful as they can be. For less skilled actors, I do think that we're going to continue to see them using generative AI tools as a learning and a productivity tool. This would enable them to more quickly develop tools, learn a scripting language, and incorporate existing techniques. So I think that while the specific examples would differ based on visibility, based on what the tool is good at, based on what is accessible in different countries, I think the general buckets of work buckets of activity would hold true across different products.
Thanks for that. And then maybe one last question that I can take just about, so are there more details on all of this? So what I would say there is there is a full length report on this topic that will be linked in this Bright Talk. It is also freely available if you were to Google Gemini misuse. I'm pretty confident it would be towards the top of the Google kind of search results. What I really like about this report is it does feel like an intelligence product, right? So Aurora and Bart kind of talked through those different campaigns. We looked through the different stages of the attack lifecycle where AI and Gemini is playing a role. And really the report is very structured in parts and kind of going through each of those in detail. And I think really if you're a CISO or security leader thinking about what are those different stages of the attack lifecycle, where could Gemini or AI play a role, you can very kind of systematically take that report and really go through your security posture and kind of stress test that in a really robust way. So I really like the fact that it's very substantive and that it really lets the kind of intelligence tradecraft do a lot of that work. And a great credit to both of you for being part of that report. And I think it's a really valuable contribution to the security community, as well as helping us to kind of be transparent in talking about these things. I think we all gain when we're open about the sort of activity that we're seeing. But with that, I wanted to say for everyone in the audience, a big thank you for taking the time to listen. Please do take a look at the report, and we look forward to speaking with you again very soon. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right. Well, there we go. There's Dywick. It worked. It's the Panther. How's it going, everyone? Sorry about the delayed start here. We were just chiming in to that. All right. Hey, everyone. Again, thank you for bearing with me there. I wanted to make sure to attend that. That was interesting. That was interesting. It was good to get confirmation that the sky is not falling, or at least it doesn't appear to be falling. So there we go. Give me a second here to catch up the stream info. I want to get this back on track. All right, we're gonna do some crochet. Persian crochet tiles. Okay. All right, how y'all doing? Hope you're having a good day and a good week here. You forgot to close your windows and your apartment's a furnace? It's already that hot? Oh man. I'm gonna finish this little bit here. It's 80? I think it's 80 here. It's not that hot. I hope you survive. Good luck. Okay. Hey, look, we're getting close. I'm not doing the last 2 rows of this, so really there's only 3 more rows to go. 3 more rows to go, and then we'll be done with that. We hit 1150. We hit 1150, so we should be doing the giveaway for this. The only reason I'm not is I'm going to be gone in a week, so I won't be around to draw the thing. So we'll do the giveaway when I get back. Again, I'm going to be gone for almost a little over a week, probably, at my niece's wedding, which is next weekend. So, you're a northerner. My skin is, what's the word I'm looking for? Genteel. Okay. We still haven't started the woodblock print. I'll be honest, we'll get it to eventually, I guess. Oh. Okay. How are y'all doing other than roasting in the May sun? Okay, sorry. I want to make sure I wasn't missing anything from work. We're good. We're good for the rest of the evening. Let's do some crochet here. Let's see. I don't think we can finish these. We could come pretty close, so maybe we could finish it. Let's just see how it goes. Oh. Right. Whoa. Okay. I really should check before I cut the yarn. Well, that's fine. You know, I think it's supposed to be 87 here tomorrow. I was kind of hoping to... Hey, Tooth Decay! How's it going? Yeah, we're getting there. Slowly. Slowly but surely. Slowly but Shelly. Hope you're doing well. Can't complain. Just being lazy. Should work on a project. You know. It's nice just to not do anything. Although to me, like, this is really not doing, like, this is really, like, doing nothing. I don't know. I find this way more relaxing. To each their own. Oh, and it's ad time. That. Okay. We'll have to fix this one, so we may bite that bullet next here after this one. Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Coffee, or are you lurking? Coffee? Peach and coffee? That's fair. Some projects can be very relaxing. Others you have to really focus a little. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, crochet is generally pretty cozy. Maybe less so when it's like chain 229. But even then, you know, you do it in 10 chain chunks, and every 5 you put in a marker. There's something very flowy about crochet. I think it's the feeling that you're just kind of like continually drawing out the yarn. Hey, Coffee! You are here. Hey, I got a question for you. Are you still taking any form of Japanese class? Or are you just taking Korean at the moment? Never got beyond making very long chain, but you always enjoy doing that. Yeah. You just returned from Japan. Hey, okay. The question I have for you is whether you might be able to find out whether there's a recommended correspondence shodo class. So shodo meaning the calligraphy, but basically any kind of recommended place to go to do correspondence shodo. I've looked. Not sure that, no, I mean like, I mean, maybe your Japanese teacher has no clue, but I took a look just like what's available in Japan, and it's there's a couple options. I'm just kind of curious like what the perspective is. But these would be correspondence schools that are in Japan and doing the correspondence with them. You can ask around. Yeah, I would appreciate it if you try. Again, like I found a couple options, but it's really hard to tell of like there's one in Osaka that looks decent, but it's also kind of hard to tell like how it fits in the larger, right? Because you'll hear the comment, kind of like tea ceremony and everything else, that there are different schools. Which means they all have their sort of preferred way of writing things. And I just don't, it's really hard to tell, like, well, what does that landscape look like? Your teacher sent you stuff for JET program and other types she gets from the embassy. Oh, okay. I could send an email to my embassy. Yeah, I don't know. You mean the U.S. Embassy in Japan or the Japan Embassy in the U.S.? Whoever replies. Hey, Olive. Happy Thursday. Hope you're doing well. The U.S. Embassy. I don't think we have that anymore. You're doing okay? All right. One thing I would like to try to do is find a school with like a rating program. I did find one, but the other one says it rates your kanji, but it's not clear if you'll get a certification or something like that. I don't think that's critical, but if I'm going to be taking courses, I might as well have it build towards some sort of, certificate. So that's part of it too. Boyfriend found a house near your parents' home? Oh, hey, nice. Or is that good? It is good. Okay. Hooray! My brother and his family at some point moved like 2 doors down from my parents and the house that I grew up in. And probably when all 4 kids were in their you know, early to mid-range, and for like a few years there. And it was very lively, right? They'd come down frequently and all that stuff. So, but at some point they moved to a bigger place further away. And I think my parents went through a little bit of withdrawal of getting to see everyone so frequently. I'll see if I can find one of the places that I looked up. Okay, there we go. Let me double check. All right, we're good. Okay. Well, hey, for those of you that made the Google AI threat briefing, I hope that wasn't too boring. It wasn't the full hour, so that was nice. Okay. You're gonna watch it tomorrow during work? Nice. It was pretty good. I mean, the short of the story is, they are seeing adversary use of their Gemini tool, but largely for productivity increases and things like that, rather than rather than development of any new attack methods or things like that. Hey, Pork. Happy almost Friday. It was interesting to see, right? They get most of their usage from Iranian threat actors. Iran and China were the most prevalent. I asked the question to chat here, not to the webinar, whether they were wearing AirPods, Apple AirPods instead of Google earbuds. I feel like that'd be like a faux pas. You would think that would be like a company policy, right? Like you shouldn't wear non-Google products on stream. Okay, let's fix this one. Are you ready? How far back are we going? We're going to here. Okay. Oh. They don't like use competitor products on campus, that's for sure. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, right, that's understandable. They probably have MacBooks instead of Chromebooks. That would be funny. Well, their threat team, their Intel threat team, they were clearly European, or at least not US. So even higher chance that it's Apple product. If it's mandatory, it's probably offered free, like uniform. I would hope so, or at least like a serious discount. I mean, you would hope. There should be a perk. Are they ex-Mandiant? They, not clear. They clearly work in conjunction with Mandiant. So, yeah, I'm sure that it's all the same, like, general group or whatever. Google and Apple are very strict about it. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. I'm sure Google makes some sort of product that looks like what they were wearing. I do have Google earbuds because I have a Pixel phone. And when I bought my Pixel phone, I got a rebate or credit with the Google store that was like, I don't know, it was ridiculous. $250, $300. And it happened to the Google Earbud 2 or whatever were coming out. And I was like, well, this will be perfect. And so I just bought. I'm like, what else am I going to spend like a couple $100 credit on the Google store? So I bought the earbuds for free. Which I will say, by the way, I'm not sure if it's the phone or the earbuds or both, but way huge improvement over my previous earbuds, which were some Samsung thing. Huge improvement. The biggest improvement, used to work with Mandiant products before and during their FireEye time. Oh, okay. Interesting. The biggest thing is when I'm talking on the phone with the earbuds, they don't pick up ambient noise. I used to be talking and I couldn't do anything. I couldn't do anything because you would do stuff and literally I was told, like, it sounds like you're crushing ice. And I would be doing something like rustling a paper or like running some water. But it was, you know, the old buds were not good about sound filtering. And I have not had that problem since. So now I can actually do things while I'm on the phone. Bit like clothing store, you're allowed to wear the clothes in the store without needing to buy it. Oh yeah. Earbuds are similar. That's nice. I didn't realize you could do that. Crushing ice, that's what your hip signs like when you get... Yeah, right? I mean, how'd you like to explain that? What are you doing? Crushing ice? No, it's just my hip. Just my bones and organs. I'm so old. I know. No ice for you. You only get the smell of Bengay. Do they still make Bengay? If they do, you haven't noticed. You should see Icy Hot. Okay. Well, that's a much better... I mean, let's just face it. From a branding name, it's like, yeah, I didn't know Ben was gay. I didn't know they could make Ben gay. It's way better from a branding name. It's like, what the hell does that mean? If you don't know, if you never heard of it, you'd be like, what? Like Icy Hot. Oh, yeah, okay. Wait, let's go to the ultimate arbiter, Amazon. We will search for Bengay. Who knows what will come up? Bengay. They do! They still make Bengay! You have three friends. Well, you can get them Bengay. You're like, hey, look, I saw this and thought of you. Ultra strength. I saw this, creamy, non-greasy, and I thought of you. Here's Icy Hot. Voltaren. Biofreeze. Vanishing scent. That was the one thing with Bengay, was that it had a very pungent aroma. It was the lidocaine with like menthol and some other stuff. You highly appreciate Biofreeze. If they hadn't had to live with their entire lives, you might push it. Yeah, no kidding. You have also used Voltron gel. I mean, how could you not use Voltron gel? When I saw Voltaren, yeah, I know. I mean, how could you not, how could you call it Voltaren? They must have known everyone will call this Voltron. Brilliant. Form. Blazing balm. Shell gets eye roll exercise every time you say it and you giggle to yourself. Did I tell you the story of me sneaking in Voltron into a work product? Oops. Escaflones. That is also hard not to think about. Oh, that's right. I was like, oh no, what happened? Yeah, no, this is the one that I unraveled. It's supposed to do this. I may have told this story. I, eight or so years ago, we did a project in which I had to create a fictional scenario and setting. We were talking about the application of a certain military capability, and we needed a scenario in which to set it. At the time, someone was like, you should use Yemen. But at the time, Yemen was just starting to get really active, shall we say, with the Houthis. And so we're like, no, we should pick a generic thing. So I basically fabricated a setting and everything. But I basically named everything after stuff in the Voltron universe. So I can't remember all of it, but and it was a mixture of the English names and the actual Japanese names. So the one of the bay, like a large gulf area, was called the Gulf of Golion, which Golion, which is Go Lion, and that was what it was in Japanese, Go, because Go is 5, so 5 lions. The splinter cell of like active terrorist group was called the Warriors of Lothor, which was the Emperor's son. And all the country names were named after characters. And then like the pièce de resistance, there was a narrative, a story that goes along with what was happening. And so it's this long thing, and then at the very end, it's segueing into like what comes next. So like, you know, there's sort of like this initiating event, and then it's clearly like our story is done, but something else is continuing. And so the story ends with something like, and thus was born the Operation Blazing Sword. Or thus commenced Operation Blazing Sword. I mean, it was just, it's so tongue-in-cheek. For anyone that gets it, they'll just be like, I can't believe you did this. But on the face value, it looks very normal. Very normal. You see country names, they're all very strange. Like, huh, okay. But then there's just these little snippets here and there that are just ultra nerd. Yeah, that's some good stuff. That was fun times. Fun times when you can have fun creating something like that. And just like enjoy the creativity of it. Let's see. Oh, it's already 5:30. Oop. We'll get to reading Jujutsu Kaisen here in a little bit.
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
Okay. All right, there we go. Oh, Kofi Streambot. Perfect timing. Okay, so that fixed that one. I had forgotten 5 chains somewhere. So that's now fixed. So that's good. So we got two more, and then we can move on to the next round. So let me update this thing. Oops. Which, you know, I guess given that we only had like a half an hour to do 3.5, that's probably about right. So these were taking about 10 minutes apiece. So that's about right. Okay. We're getting close. We already have one that's on the next round, because I can't help but peek ahead and see how it's going to go. I kind of feel like I should be doing a needle smaller, but I think it's fine. Okay. Let's go ahead and do some jujutsu. By the way, in case you haven't seen, we've started the cables of our back piece of the sweater. We've gotten now to the point where we've gotten 2 passes at our cables. So we've got 5 braid sections. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've got 2 lattice sections, which it'll take a long time for the lattice to really develop. But you can see that these are going to be some chunkier cables. There's one there and there's one there. And then finally 2 honeycombs, which are the O's. And those are just starting. So next row, we'll start to close the honeycombs and get another braid going on and all that stuff. So we'll do that after we read Jujutsu Kaisen and maybe Nichijou, depending on how long this takes. Actually, you know what? Is how much time we got here? 30 minutes. Okay, no, I need to get some water now. Let me take a quick break since I missed the last ad break. Happy lattices instead of happy Gladys's? Maybe. Maybe they're both. We'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water, take a stretch break. When I get back, we'll read some Jujutsu. Some Juju Kaikai. Whoa. Oh, before I do, let me see if I can find that calligraphy school. Hold on. Yeah, here we go. So here's an example. Here's an example of a Japanese correspondence calligraphy course. So they have a basic course and a more advanced course. The basic course is like a year long, and I think there's monthly things that get mailed back and forth. The fee is somewhere on the order of like, I don't know, a little over $200 with a conversion rate. But then you also have to pay for the shipping out every time. But this place, yeah, this is the shipping. This place has like a grading system. That's funny. They have a shihan, which is the instructor or master. They have a shikyo, which it's like bishop, and then they have jokyo, which is the assistant, and whatever. So a little bit hard to tell really what the different levels were for the for these levels. Like what is the bishop level? The bishop level for calligraphy. I don't know. Anyway, so this is like one of the options that look like it might work. There are a few other ones that I had found, but maybe I'll post them in Discord when I get a chance. But I think I would like to do something more formal. So this is kind of what I'm looking for. It doesn't have to be a Japanese place, but I would like there to be some way to get certified, or at least to say like this, you know, I got this, whatever.
We can't eat all the sauce, we need it for the fish.
Mm.
All the sauce. She's eating all the sauce. Okay. All right, let's read some Jujutsu Kaisen. We're on volume 17, chapter 143. We are well past the halfway point at this right now, which is cool. Start recording. Well, we're not well past it, but we are firmly past the halfway point. Itadori dead with Jujutsu Kaisen now. Cables next. Galaxy Express 39 later. This is going to be writing and reading. I know, he's dead. Well, he got stabbed. Okay. Let's read some manga. We'll get back and do
R.I.P.
R.I.P. We'll do some knitting here. Then, oh, a double R.I.P.
R.I.P.
We need to have something that gets triggered off of a triple R.I.P. Can I specify a cooldown per person, or is it in total? That would be interesting. That way you could trigger, like, if 3 people do it within a certain amount of time, 3 different people. That seems pretty complicated. And like it would never happen. All right, let's go and read Galaxy. JJK. That was a stealth chicken RIP as well. Chapter 17. No, volume 17. Chapter 143. Jujutsu Kaisen. All right, we'll get back to the music later. And okay, here we go. Let's do it.
This is a Japanese knife that my sister-in-law gave me, and it's used for harikiri or kukisaki or whatever that's called, and vegetables, depending on what your mood is.
Yeah, there's the third RIP.
R.I.P.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. That can trigger an omae wa mo shinderu. I think right now that triggers on... Is it 10 bits? $10.
R.I.P.
But hey, you know, a triple RIP would work too. Oh, thank you for the fat Kochabo. And the Yuki Kukisaki. Oh, and the censored. We're doing all the things. All right. Well, I'm not waiting for the censor to declare, so let's go. Here we go. Okay, let's read chapter 143 of Jujutsu Kaisen Moichido. One more time. We're starting here, volume 17. Naoya is there on the front. Okotsu has stabbed Itadori and took out Chosen and appeared to have rescued Naoya. Suraso desu ne, Naoya-san. And this is kind of how the previous chapter ended. So, seems to be bitter, in a bad spot, painful, doesn't it, Mr. Naoya? Giri. Mi orosu na. Mi orosu nya. Or naya. This is Naoya thinking at, which is like, don't look down on me. Mi orosu is to look down on. Gra. Bishasha. Splash, splash, splash. So this is him throwing up, and that would be the sound effect of the vomit hitting the ground. Nanya kore? What is it this? What's this? Goku? Poison? Sekketsu soujutsu ni sonna kouka ga? By red blood manipulation, this or that sort of an effect. So that sort of effect from the red blood manipulation, meaning from Chosen. chao, which I guess is like chigao, which is like it's different or no. Actually, let me zoom in so this is a little bit easier to see. Jutsushiki koka yanai. Technique effectiveness, it is not. So it's not an effect of the technique or the curse technique. Ketsueki ryo aitsu ningen chao kattanya. That blood fluid amount, remember that whole thing. This is in the previous chapter. Go watch that if you want to see what this is talking about. That guy, human, was different. That guy was different from a human with that amount of blood volume. Junikutai ka? Received flesh body. We've seen this term before, but I can't remember where. Oh, the incarnation. An incarnation body. Jingai no chi ga itte ga haitte karara ga sore o kyozetsu shiton no ya. Okay, so outside the person, blood from an outside person entering the flesh body, the physical body, that thing, doing rejection? Is my body doing rejection of that? The physical flesh, or blood from outside the body that entered the physical flesh? Naoshimashou ka? That's Okotsu saying, shall I heal you? That's quite the look down there. Boku no hanten jutsu shiki hito mo naosemasu yo, sono kawari. So my reverse technique, my hanten is just reverse, right? Yeah, turning over, turning around, tonal inversion. So my inversion technique, also other people able to heal. So my inversion technique is able to heal other people also. In exchange, sono kawari, Itarori-kun no shi wa anata no kuchi kara mo ue ni houkoku shite kudasai. As for the death of Itarori-kun, also from your mouth to the above, meaning to the people above, report do please. That's an interesting request, right? In exchange for me healing you, please do reporting to the upper people from your mouth also the death of Itarori-kun. Jin. Bui. Is it Mui? Moody? Or is that Oi? It might be Oi. Jin. Hey. Oi. Jin. This is a name. So we may be like flashing back here. Yeah. We're flashing back. The background is starting to fade to back. So this is fade to black. All right. Yeah. And we're fully in a flashback here. So. 何ですか、父さん。彼女の話をするなら帰りますよ。Oh, what is it, father? So I guess this is Jean and someone is calling them. What is it, father? Story of her, if doing, will return. Will go back. I will go back if you're doing a story of her. Okay, so that's probably Toll-san. Jin, omae ga dou ikiyou to omae no katte da. Okay, so Jin, your how trying to live it's freely up to you. So basically, how you choose to live is freely up to you. Daga, however, onna dake wa yametoke. However, as for just that woman, stop on purpose. As for just that woman, stop like toke, like in advance on purpose. Shinuzo, you'll die. Okay, so there's clearly some woman in contention here, because he's saying, like, what is it, Father? If you're going to be talking about that woman, then I'm going to go back. And indeed, he is talking about that woman. Okay, there's a baby. Okay. So, Yuji no mae de henna hanashi wa yamete kudasai. As for in front of Yuji, the baby, strange stories, stop, please stop. So please don't say anything strange or weird in front of the baby. So two things here. Notice that the father, apparently, his name is Jin, that kanji, and that kanji gets passed to Yuji, but now in the G form. Anyway. Angai oboete iru sou desu yo, akambo no kyoku. Angai. Unexpected? Yeah. Unexpected remembering it is, or it seems to do, it is, the memory of babies. I think this is hearsay, which is like, I hear that remembering unexpectedly the memory of babies. So you can see the baby here. Omae ga kodomo o hoshigatte ita koto mo Kaori to no aida ni sore ga kanawanakatta koto mo shitteru. Okay, so you, child or children, wanting event also in the period with Kaori, which is probably a person, that thing wished event also knowing. Okay, so yeah, this is like, I'm familiar with the event that you desired or wanted that, meaning a baby, during your time with Kaori, the wanting of a child. Daga, Kaori ga shinda no wa. However, Kaori, as for her dying, Otou-san, dad, father. This Tou-san is more, this is like father-in-law. I think. Yeah, that toll gets used for like in-law. Yeah. So normally that would be pronounced gifu, but this is a way to signal to the reader, Otou-san, father, but that this is someone saying father-in-law. So this is presumably, oh look, nan no hanashi desu ka? What is this? It's a story of what? What are you talking about? Sudden wake up. Okay, so he's not dead. And there we go. So a couple things, right? At some point in the battle with Geto, someone said something to Yuji about one of your parents had stitches on their forehead or something, right? Didn't they? Pachi? Chi. That might be just the fire, embers from the fire. Are? Ore? Huh? Me? Yokatta. Henna. So I'm glad this is being happy. I'm relieved. Henna is like worry. Yeah, loss of strength, bending. That's Yuji. Okay, so clearly this was all kind of a setup. 9月頃かな? It was September time, I guess. Gojo sensei ga waza ai ni kite ne. Teacher Gojo, on purpose, came to meet. You know? Kimi no koto o tanomareta nda. Things about you requested. He requested something about you. Tanomu is usually to rely on someone. Requested. What else could I do for Tanomu? Yeah. To request, to beg, to rely on, to entrust. I think to entrust probably works here too. It was the event of entrusting of you. それでやむを得ず芝居を打たせてもらった. And with that, yamu o ezu, which is like a fancy way to say shikata ga nai. Unavoidably, against one's will, reluctantly, a shibai. Shibai o utsu is to put up a false show. Recede being made to put up a false show. So that's why I was made to put on an act. Shibai, and again, shibai itself is just a play, a drama, a ruse. Okay, we're fading back again here to black. So we're going back to September, I guess, when Gojo and Okotsu had this conversation. A little bit of a bad premonition doing. So I got this little hint of a bad premonition. Hikari wa ma daijoubu sho. As for Hikari, well, okay, we'll be fine, probably. Oh, Hakari. Who was Hakari? Hakari, well, fine, probably. Boku ni nanka attara, ima no 1、2年のことをYuta ni tanomitakute. To me, something if something happens to me, the first and second years now, to Yuta, that's him, want to entrust. So I want to entrust the first and second years now to you, to Yuta, to you, if something happens to me. 何かって女性関係ですか? Okay, so something you say, is it related to a woman? Yutaも冗談言うようになったんだね. Okay, so Yuta also speaking jokes in that manner it has become, hasn't it? So like, oh, so you're telling jokes too now? いや, well, Gojo sensei ni nani kaって想像つかなくて? So, well, to teacher Gojo, something like not to the imagination. Like it's hard to imagine something happening to Gojo sensei. Sozo. Katsuku. Yeah. Not imagining something to Gojo sensei. Where are they that there are zebras? Whoa. True. 特に1年の Itadori Yuji, especially first year Yuji Itadori. あの子はユータと同じで一度秘匿死刑が決まった身だ. Okay, so as for that kid, meaning Itadori, as for that kid, as the same with Yuta, at one time, a secret execution was decided. So remember, way back from volume 0, that's how this one starts. Yuta is being put up for a secret execution, which is how volume 1 started with Itadori. And so that's what he's saying here. And Hitoku is this, a concealed execution. 注意を払ってもらえると助かる. Caution if able to receive, I guess, like wiping away. It'll help out. It'll help out if able to receive the wiping away of, I guess, like trouble or caution, warning. Is 注意を払うa phrase? It is to pay attention to. Okay, so not necessarily wiping away, but it'll help out if able to receive the favor of paying attention to Itadori. Miguel wa, as for Miguel, meaning like, where's Miguel? Sensei ni wa aitaku nai sou desu. As for to teacher, meaning him, not wanting to meet, or so I hear, or so it seems. Who was Migeru? Been too long. Okay, we're fading out of the flashback. Presumably this is back to the present. 他にShiko niの立てられたり、イトロリ君の情報を立たれるよりは、こう立ち回るのがベストだと判断した。Okay. To other people, or to others, Shikonin o Shiko here is right. People doing the execution of something, meaning carrying out. So to other people, or sorry, to other, I don't want to say executioners, but people carrying out, being done, and Itadori-kun's information being decided. As for more than that, Atareru, being severed, being suppressed. Okay, so, and more than the information of Itadori being severed or cut off. This way, standing and running around is the best decision did. So I decided that doing this way, which is tachimawaru, to work around, conducting oneself, what this way was the best. Meaning him taking the role of the executioner and finding everything out that happened, even though he had to play up on everything. Achi mo baka janai kara, so kanbuto wa shikkoujin toshite mitomete morau kawari ni Itadori-kun o korosu teiu shibari o musunda n da. Okay, so that direction also, stupid is not because that direction also isn't stupid, meaning them, probably the higher ups. As for with Soul Kanbu, which is like the controlling group, the Inspector General Club or part. As for with the Inspector General part or club, as a confirmation, well, in exchange for receiving confirmation as the executioner, I'm just going to go with that, will kill Itadori-kun. That's sort of a binding connected. So, okay, so he did a binding connection called I will kill Itadori-kun. in exchange for receiving the confirmation or recognition of being the carrying out the executioner. Okay. だから、一度殺した本当にごめんね. So that's why one time did killing truly I'm sorry, you know. Okay, so like that's why I had to kill you once. I'm really sorry. いや、じゃあ、なんで俺は生きてんだ? Well, then, why, as for me, living? And why am I alive? 反転術式だよ. It's the reverse technique. 君の心臓を止まると同時に反転術師で一気に治癒した. Okay, so your heart stopping at the same time. So when stopping your heart at the same time, using the reverse technique in one instant, in one breath, did healing. 治癒. Yeah, healing or recovery. 以前の君の話を聞いていたからいけると思って。Previously your story, or previously from information about you, hearing because able to go was thinking. So I was thinking it might work. It would be able to go based on hearing information about you previously. And we're getting this scene from the previous chapter where he gets stabbed. 僕が性のエネルギーをそのままアウトプットできることを知ってるのは少ないしね. Okay. Me, positive energy as it is, output possible event, knowing as for that, it's few. So there's few people that are familiar that I can do output of positive energy as it is. All right. That recalls on some stuff we heard earlier. All right, where are we in this chapter? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my gosh. 9, 10. All right. This is going to be an hour-long chapter. I'm sorry. So, it is that way, indeed. 君の死を偽装するのはこれで一度目だ. So that's right. Your death, as for this is like fake equipment. 偽装. Disguise, camouflage, doing. With this, it's the second. So this is the second time we've staged camouflage your death. So this is the first time here. すぐにバレるかもしれないけど, soon, momentarily, will leak out, probably, but, so it'll probably be known soon, but, 状況が状況だしね. I guess, but the circumstances are the circumstances, you know? イタロリ君の死刑はとりあえずは執行済みで処理されるはずだ. As for the execution of Itarori, for the time being, as for that, performed, finished, shori, processing, disposal, being done ought to be. So it ought to be being done with the processing, with the execution being finished for the time being for the execution. In other words, you were dead, and so technically the execution has been completed. どうしてそこまでして why or how to that point doing? Like, why to go to all that trouble? 僕が大切にしている人たちが君を大切にしているからだよ。me. Okay, 僕が大切にしている人たち. So me, people doing towards importance. So people who are important to me, you doing important, existing, that's why. So you are important. You are doing importance to people that are important to me. 僕も一度身に余る大きな力を背負ったんだ。でも、I also one time 身に余る。No. What is amaru? To remain, to be in excess. So a large power, and well, I guess a large excessive power to oneself bore the burden of. So again, I also at one time bore an excessively large burden on myself. But, however, 背負わされたと思っていた力は僕自身が招いたものだった。As for the strength that was thinking was made to bear, I myself beckoned it thing it was. Okay, so he's like, I thought I was being made to bear this burden, but it was a thing that I had beckoned upon myself or invited upon myself. 君とは違う. As for with you, it's different. 君の背負った力は君の力じゃない. As for the strength that you bear, again, like bear a burden of, your strength, it isn't. It's not your strength that you bear the burden of. 君は悪くない. As for you, not evil. 違うんだ. It's different. Kind of like you're wrong, but it's different. 俺のせいとかそういう問題じゃなくて, it's different. My fault and things like that, that's sort of a problem. It isn't saying. 俺は人を, as for me, people. Okay, so it's different. My fault and things like that, that's sort of a topic or concern or question. It isn't. That's what I'm saying. 俺は, as for me, 人を. So he's about to say korosu. I killed people. But he gets interrupted. Itadori. Someone else is here. Hey. All right. Fushiguro. That would be that guy. Nani shitten da? What are you doing? Sassato kosen modoru zo. Quickly, technical school, return. So get back to the school quickly. Or he says modoru, like will go back. So it's not an order, but kind of suggested that they all will go back. 今、高専の結界は緩んでいる. Okay, right now, the technical school's magical barrier. As for that, it's wavering. 直接顔を見られない限りお前が戻っても問題ねえ. Okay. Directly, the face not being seen limit. So as long as your face isn't seen directly, even if you return, it's not a problem. Because they want to keep the fact that he's dead. 一度先輩らと合流して、one time with senpais, plural, with all the senpais, we'll do recombination. Yamero, stop. Okay, so that's fushiguro and then getting interrupted. Yamero, stop. Atarimae no you ni uke ireru na. In the manner of being obvious? Atarimae? In the manner of being, like reasonable, normal, ordinary. Uke ireru na. Don't. Like, or I guess I will not accept, I will not receive in the manner of like normality. Nakatta koto ni suru n ja ne. You're doing towards the event of not becoming, isn't it? Nakatta koto ni suru n ja ne. Yeah. Or not existing events to that doing. This is like it's you're doing like nothing has happened, aren't you? Mada shinu wake ni wa ikane nda wa. Still dying reason as to that not able to do. I still can't die. That was what he said, right? We get that flashed back. Okotsu is apparently thinking, wa ite mo, Itorori-kun wa mayotteru n darou na. As for that way, even if saying, even if he talks like that, as for Itorori, wavering or hesitating, it seems, isn't it? 自分が本当に存在していいのかどうか oneself truly doing existence, is it good or not? ... Yeah, so as for Itorori-kun, he's probably hesitating on whether the self truly, it's good to be alive or not. So Okotsu realizes Itorori, where Itorori is mentally. だから、僕との戦闘で最後までボルテージが上がらなかった。Voltage? Voltage? Okay, that's why in the fight with me, until the very end, the voltage didn't increase. I guess like he didn't pump up the effort. He didn't increase the voltage. 俺は人を殺した. So finally he gets out. As for me, I killed people. I did killing of people. 俺のせいで大勢死んだんだぞ. Through my fault, many people died. That's what happened. Oretachi no seida. It's our fault. It's the fault of us. Omae hitori de, you alone, katte ni akirameru na. Randomly, freely, don't give up. You, being alone, don't give up freely, randomly. Omae wa souyu sa. Oh, soria, omae wa souyu sa. So Itorori is thinking, as for that, as for you, that way we'll say. Of course you'll say this. Oretachi wa hiro janai. As for us, we're not heroes. And we get right, it says hiro, heroes. And this is seigi no mikata, allies of justice. Jujutsu shida, it's sorcerers, or we are sorcerers. So we're not heroes, we're sorcerers. Oretachi o hontou no imi de sabakeru ningen wa inai dakara koso. we truly with the meaning sabakeru, to judge. Being able to judge people. So, okay. As for humans, being able to judge us with true intent do not exist. And because of that, especially, so people don't exist that are able to truly judge our intent, our volition or whatever. And because of that, in particular, 俺たちは存在意義を示し続けなきゃならない. As for us, we must continue to demonstrate existence's 意義, meaning, significance. Is 存在意義 like the value of life or value of existence? Yeah. 存在意義, the meaning of life, the meaning of one's existence. So again, people can't judge us, so we must continue to demonstrate, prove the value of our existence, the meaning of our existence. もう俺たちに自分のことを考えている暇はねえんだ. No longer to us one's own things, thinking about. As for free time, it doesn't exist. So we no longer have free time to think about ourselves. ただひたすらに人を助けるんだ. It's just saving people ひたすらに. Okay, it's doing nothing but saving people. So we don't have free time to think about ourselves. We just gotta save people. これはそもそもお前の行動原理だったはずだ. As for this, from the start, your 行動原理, it ought to have been, right? 行動原理, the principle governing one's conduct. Yeah, so I guess that's Fushiguro still talking, saying, as for that, meaning saving people, not thinking about ourselves. That, from the beginning, that ought to have been your driving principle. And Itoro is thinking, 違うんだ, Fushiguro. It's different, Fushiguro. それじゃ、お前は, as for that, as for you, and then presumably this is Itarori continuing, 俺が隣にいる限り, me as long as I exist in the vicinity. So as long as I'm around you, ずっと苦しむことになるんだぞ. Continuously towards the event of painful things it will become. You will always be suffering or be in pain as long as you're around me. まずは俺を助けろ. As for first, save me. Itorori. Hey, Hazel. Hey, that's right. These we're just reading about life principles here. You will always be suffering as long as you're in this stream. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the suffering. 鴨のりとしが仕組んだ呪術を与えられた者たちの殺し合い。死滅回遊. Okay, here we go. Here's the second time this is going to come up, right? You're always suffering. It's natural. So, Kamo no Noritoshi. This is the being that's inside Geto. Kamo Noritoshi, Shikunda, did planning. Shikumi. Did a plan, construction contrivance, a killing together of the people that were bestowed sorcery. So, Kamo no Oritoshi made plans for a killing together of the people that were granted sorcery. And it is a Shimetsu Kaiyu. These kanji, a death annihilation rotating game. Rotating, game. I don't think a Kaiyu excursion, round trip, seasonal migration. I think it's probably Shimetsu Kaiyu. The reason this is important is this is, I think, what governs the rest of the story here, right? This has all been what's been setting up, I think, the latter half of this story with the releasing all the things in Tokyo that Geto or Kamo no Oritoshi, granted sorcery to a bunch of other people. It's this. Again, like a death annihilation excursion, rotating game. The reason that's important is this Kaisen, remember the name of this is Jujutsu Kaisen, the sorcery rotating battle. And this Kai has now come up twice. It came up in the first half of the book when Mahito talked about the rotation of life. And I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was many volumes ago. And he used that Kai. And I pointed out at the time, like, how important that was because of this idea of that. Now we're seeing it again, now in the context of an annihilation game. So there you go. In case you're ever wondering what the Kaisen is about, there's kind of two themes, major themes, I think, that we've seen so far in the book. Shimetsu Kaiyu ni tsumiki mo makikomareteru. Into the death annihilation rotating game. The English goes with culling game. I get it. That's pithy and it's short, but it kind of leaves out the deeper meaning of what's behind this meaning. So I'm probably going to keep saying the death annihilation rotating game, as annoying as that is. Into the death annihilation rotating game, Tsumiki also has been swallowed up in, gotten involved. Remember, Tsumiki is his sister, and we saw at the end there, when Mahito finally dies or gets sucked away by Geto, that Geto has activated again sorcery in certain people, and we saw Tsumiki in the hospital being one of those people. Okay, and maybe this is someone else I don't recognize. That's a hint too, probably. Tanomu Itarori. Please, Itarori. Like, I'm asking you, I'm relying on you. Omae no chikara ga hitsuyou da. Your strength is necessary. We need your strength. We need your help. That, I think, is Tsumiki. Okay, unfortunately, this is the final 2 pages. This is the final 2 pages of the chapter. And I guess it's supposed to set up, again, the Shimetsu Kaiyu, the death annihilation rotating game. So, let's go ahead and work through this. These are the ruru, the rules, the sosoku. Each. Rule 1. Player wa jutsushiki kakusei go. 19日も前に任意の頃ににて、死滅回遊への参加を宣誓しなければならない。Okay. As for the players, and for some reason it's swimmers?
Oh, ha, 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 ha.
I think we've seen this before. Aisha, maybe? That's interesting. I wonder why. Again, these kanji, it's Aisha, which is swimmers, but we're getting players. As for the players, sorcery after the awakening, or hakusei. After the waking up, awakening. After awakening up of sorcery, or jutsushiki, of techniques for the players, 19 days within 19 days, like to a colony of nin-i, to any optional, discretional, unspecified colony, participation towards the Death Annihilation rotating game, sensei must do selection. Sensei is actually like to declare. Yeah, must do oath, must pledge. So again, as for the players, within 19 days of awakening from sorcery or whatever, or techniques, they must do sensei. They must pledge. So here's a great example where sensei does not mean teacher. They must pledge participation in or toward a Death Annihilation rotating game at a specified colony within 19 days. Okay, so they must participate. Rule 2, ni. Zenkou ni ihan shita player kara wa, as for from players that did violation of the previous rule. Zenkou is like the former, meaning the previous rule. Yeah, the preceding paragraph. Again, so as for from players that did violation of the former paragraph, rule 1. Jutsushiki o hakudatsu suru. They will do hakudatsu of the technique. Deprivation, revocation of technique. Oh, okay. So their technique gets revoked. Hi player wa, non-players, as for non-players, koro ni, I didn't say before, koro ni is kekkai, which is magical barrier. So we're getting magical barrier now as like a colony. As for non-players, into a colony at the point of time of doing penetration. Shinyu shita to jiten de player tonari shimetsu kai yue no sanka o sensei shita mono to minasu. Okay, so again, as for non-players, at the point of time that they penetrate into the magical barrier of the colony, they become players, and it's equivalent to the thing of doing a vow of participation in the Death Annihilation rotating game. Okay. 4. プレイヤーは他プレイヤーの生命を立つことでポイントを得る。As for players, they receive a point. They receive points. Other players' lives terminating event, or through that. So as for players, they receive points through the event of terminating the lives of other players. Okay, very simple rule there. Go. Rule 5. ポイントとはゲームマスターによってプレイヤーの生命にかけられた価値を指し、原則術師5点、非術師1点とする。Okay. Yeah, so as for the things called points, according to the game master, and this is like officer person, the officer in charge, for the lives of players, being gambled value, I guess, like designating the value being gambled for lives of the players. Oh, okay. Yeah. As for the things called points, in accordance with the game master, designating the value being, like, I guess, gambled to the lives of the players. Maybe that's not gambled. Being attached. Yeah, I guess that's being attached, being hung on. The value that's being placed on the lives of the players. Okay, so I guess the game master determines the value. Gensoku, as a general rule, sorcerers are 10 points and non-sorcerers are 1 point. That's the decision. But that's the general rule. But I guess the game master actually determines designates the value to the lives of the players. Roku, 6. プレイヤーは自身にかけられたポイントを除いた100ポイントを消費することでゲームマスターと交渉し、死滅回遊にルールを一つ追加できる。Okay. As for the players, excluding the points attached to oneself, 除いた。除く to exclude. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, got it. So as for the players, excluding the points attached to oneself, 100 points doing expenditure through that event with the game master doing kousho, like bargaining? Yeah, doing negotiations, discussions with the game master to the Death Annihilation rotating game, one rule, suika dekiru, I guess adding. Yeah, it's possible to, so again, as for the players, it's possible to add, supplement, append one rule to the Death Annihilation rotating game in doing negotiations with the game master through the expenditure of 1,000 points, 100 points, not including the points attached to the person. So meaning like your own value. 7. ゲームマスターは死滅回遊の永続に著しく触る場合を除き、選考によるルール追加を認めなければならない。Okay, so as for the game master, the Death Annihilation rotating game's eternal Ichijiru Sawaru. Striking, considerable. Oh, Sawaru is going to be harm.
Hello there.
Hindrance. Effect. Ba'ai. So, okay. As for the game master, excluding the case of interfering, harming, affecting considerably the eternality, the eternalness of the Death Annihilation rotating game. Does Eizoku mean anything else? The permanence, the continuation of it. Oh, okay, so in other words, you can't just say, hey, the game's over. So accepting the cases of affecting considerably the permanence or continuation of the game, they must approve the appending of the aforementioned rule. Okay, so they must abide by Rule 6, unless if it hinders the continuance of the game. 参加またはポイント取得後19日以内にポイントの変動が見られない場合、そのプレイヤーからは術式を剥奪する。Okay, so as for what does mata mean as a suffix? Can that, or does that just mean again or still here? Maybe that's it. As for like still participating and the point shutokugo, after point acquisition, within 19 days, the point change, not visible case, as for from that player, will do removal of technique. Yeah, we'll do revocation of technique. So basically, if the player's point value doesn't change in 19 days, in the case that it's that the Hendel, the change fluctuation isn't visible, as for from that player, we'll do revocation of technique. Okay. Whew. 8 rules. So again, I believe that this kind of is the setting up for the rest of the story. That's the end of the book. Or sorry, that's the end of the chapter 143. We get some what's his name there? Is that Fushiguro? Fushiguro. So there we go. That was the end of 143. The games begin, I guess. We'll see how this goes as we continue in 144 next time. I may just call it Caillou. May just call it Caillou. Yeah, we'll see. All right. That did take an hour. So, unfortunately, no Nichijo. We're going to go right into some knitting. So let's get to it. Whew. Yeah, it was almost an hour exactly. All right. Get some music going. I think I'm going to run and use the restroom break again here. So use the time here to stretch. There we go. We'll continue when I get back. Whoa. Oh no, it's 87. Ugh, that's awful. That's way too hot for me. Okay, let's get to some knitting. Let's knit a wool sweater in 90-degree weather. Sounds about right. Cable chaos now. Galaxy Express 39 Eternal. Next. So, in case you missed the startup screen, I'll show it off here right now. It was pretty funny. I wasn't sure what was funnier. The fact that the poster says Kosh. Or if you look really carefully, the monsters on the side, many of them have tiger tails as well. So, and in the poster, right, that tail goes everywhere on the tiger. I mean, it's like super tail. So, the AI clearly just loves the idea of everyone having tails. I mean, even on the left, you can see a little bit of some tails going on. In fact, at the very beginning, if you wait for it to repeat, like it's coming up, you'll see the very first, there's a tail, but it's like a brown tail. Watch for it. There it is, right there on the left. It was so funny. Okay, it's coming up again. Here we go. Right there. Yeah. Oh, anyway. Okay. Okay, let's get to it. Yeah, it's pro furry. That's right. You get a tail, and you get a tail. Everyone gets a tail. I mean, why not? Why not? Okay, we are on row 5. The rows are taking like an obscene amount of time. There's a billion cables on each row. This is going to take frickin' forever. Let's get to it. Okay, let's see if my brain can wrap around how this is going to work. So we always start every row, every right side row with knit 2 and then purl. That's always our starting sequence. And then for us, the next 4 stitches are basket weave. And the basket weave on the right side is the opposite of what we see. So if we see a knit, we purl. So this will be purl 2, knit 2, and then do that again. Purl 2, knit 2, purl 2. Knit 2. And then this section, initial section, always ends with 1 purl. So that gets us into our cable section. You need to crochet 19 inches to get the size you want on your polo, and it goes slowly. Oh, yeah, that's for sure. The first cable section is the braid cable. And we're back to the beginning on this one, which means we knit 2, and then we cable and back. We will be doing this sequence 5 times on the row. So this stitch goes in back. We knit 2, and then we knit the 2 on the cable. And then we purl. So that's the braid section. And there we go. Just double check. Right, left, right, left. So that's correct. B now, this is new for me. B row 5. We're going to knit. And then we're going to purl. And then, oh boy. Okay, we're doing what we did before, which is this right? Yeah, that is correct. We're going to we're going to 3-1 left purl cross. So we're going to slip 3 to the needle. We're going to purl. Oh, I am worried. That doesn't seem right. Oh, that's why. Ha 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 ha. Yikes. Oh man, I really had to pay attention here. I'm glad I noticed that. Okay, so knit and purl. Then I need to purl again. That was the problem. Okay. There we go. Now the 3 knit stitches go on. There we go. There is some consistency visually with the way this cable works. So I'm supposed to purl here, which is already a purl. And then we knit these 3. Okay. And then we go immediately into the other one, which is hold 1 to the back, knit 3, and then purl from the needle. So hold 1 to the back, we knit 3, 2, 3, and then we purl 1 from the needle. Okay. And then I purl 2, which we can kind of see because there's 2 purls on the needle. And then we repeat that. So it's 3 to the front. Purl. Knit the 3. Okay. And then 1 to the back. Knit 3. And purl from the needle. Or purl from the cable. And then we purl, purl. Okay. It's going to take a while for this pattern to establish itself. All right, so we're back to the first row, or the first braid, which again, maybe this. One, two, three, and four. Okay. And then this is the honeycomb. So with this, now we're closing the honeycomb. So this is going to go in front. Do, 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 do. All right. Oops. Okay, one more honeycomb. I need to do that in back. All right, we got the B section again, which is the complicated one. So we got knit, and then purl, purl. We're doing 3 in front, purl, knit off the hook, okay, then we're doing 1 in back, knit 3, purl from the hook, and then purl 2, purl 2, and then we're going to repeat that. So 3 in the front, purl, knit 3 from the hook, okay, and then we're going to pull 1 in back, which we will purl later. And then we knit 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we purl from our hook. Well, that's a really precarious purl, man. And then we purl, purl. All right, what do we think that's supposed to be looking like? I guess these are going to be going that way, and those are going to be going that way. Ooh, man. All right. We still got 1 cable section left. Oh, my gosh. Knit, purl, knit, knit, and then that's funny. I think we're finally at the point that if I do make a mistake earlier in the row, it will probably now be faster to go back, or I'm sorry, just to like fix it directly rather than like tink back. It's now long enough that it's like, no, I don't want to undo that and then have to redo all that. It'll be faster, even though it takes a long time to edit it directly with the cables. On the sleeve, it was shorter and like, oh, okay, that's not so bad. Now this, it's like 2 to 3 times more. Like, no, no. Oops. Okay, and we're at the end of row 5 here. So when we get into this, we knit and purl. That's always our standard coming out into the final section, knit and purl. We get to the basket weave, which is opposite of what we see. So it's gonna be knit, knit, purl, purl twice. And then purl, knit, knit. Okay. So that took about 20 minutes to do that row. Ooh. Maybe 25, 30. Hmm. Pondering the orb, indeed. Okay, let's get on with the wrong side here. These rows are becoming really long. Hey, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome. Hope you're having a good one. Feel free to lurk or say howdy, whatever you're comfortable with. We're just going to be knitting here. Working on this cable pattern here. Well, now we're on the wrong side, so I don't have to cable. Alright. Knit. Snip. Knit. And do our basket weave. Which here is going to be knit, knit, purl, purl. Hey, Julian, how's it going? Welcome. Actually, I'm presuming it's Julian. Is it Julie? Julene? Either way, welcome. Hope you're having a good one. Alright, did I slip that stitch? I think I slipped that stitch. We're good. Boy, it says something when I'm really looking forward to the backside here now, because it's just pearls. It's just like, ugh. Oh, it's Julie, don't worry about it. Okay, I'm sorry. Well, I will not presume that the rest of those were letters in the form of, or numbers in the forms of letters. Well, welcome. There we go. Yeah, the front side of this has become a cable nightmare. So the back side is like bliss. Like, oh, I don't have to worry about. Okay, let's see. We're gonna knit, knit. Knit, knit, knit. Gesundheit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we're gonna purl across. Is that right? Yeah, we're opposite. Scoop an ice cream. Six. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, slip. Okay. So how does that look here from the front? Oh, okay. So those are starting to come together. All right. I guess those are going to flip and those are going to flip. Oops. Roman numerals. Let's see. 1, 2. Oh, they, yeah, kind of got, looks like an I and an X or something. Ivy. Mhm. One. Mhm. Well, any case, feel free to pull up a project, and I'm just going to be doing this for like an hour or so before we get to some Galaxy Express. We're going to be reading some Galaxy Express 3.9 in Japanese later. I'll be doing translating of that. But for now, just nice chill knitting. Hopefully nice and chill knitting. With no whammies. No mistakes. Alright, that's the honeycomb section. I'll do the braid section again. Hey, sure misfire, how's it going? Working and lurking, enjoy. Yeah, you know, this is going way slower, not surprisingly. Way slower than the sleeves. Like, oh man. It's gonna take forever. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Is that right? Okay, it is. It just looks like a big gap for some reason. 1, 2, 3. There should be 9 here. 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I don't think something is right there. Did I get that big hole everywhere else? Yeah, I guess there is kind of a larger hole there. It's just kind of a little bit bigger there. Whole peanut butter cup? Ooh, that sounds good. Bought some peanut butter and peanuts and coconut oil to try to make some lower sugar peanut butter fudge. We'll see how well it goes. Oh, this is the cable thing. Okay, so we're knit. And then it was purl 6. 2. 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. Moose tracks, nice. 2, 3. 2, 3. What's the music? It's Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That was the Korok seed dance. The big one that has the maracas. That shakes the maracas when doing the upgrade. Okay. Alright, we're done with the backside there. So we're gonna knit purl. Knit, and then we go into the final 3, which is knit, slip, knit. Okay, there we go. the back side is officially way easier. So we got a good start here. We now have 3 braids. We're starting to see the lattice shape up a little. Braid, 1 honeycomb complete. 3 braids, honeycomb, braid, lattice, braid. Okay, let's keep going because we have a couple hundred of these to do. Let's go into row 7. Oh my gosh. Okay, this row at least will be a tiny bit faster because we don't have to do the honeycombs. We can knit through the honeycombs. It's the only cable pattern that gets a knit row as opposed to having to cable. So I'll take it. It ain't as much. It used to be a lot cheaper. On the sleeves, it was 2 honeycombs and a braid, so that was a deal. Now it's 5 braids, 2 honeycombs, and 2 lattices. Like, ugh. Okay, knit, knit. Pearl. Okay, we're on A3. So for the braid, that means we go immediately into a cable. Okay. The braid begins. All right, we are on B7. Ooh, okay. B7 is going to be knit. Purl, purl, purl. And then we're going to do a 3x3, which is front and then back. So we're going to go 3 to the front. We're going to knit 3. We're going to knit 3 here. Okay. Well, that's the only cable for the row. Interesting. Okay, so now we Wait, no. Now we purl 4. Now we do a 3-3. This time the 3 going back. Okay.
Hello there.
Cool. That's making sense. And then we purl 3. Okay. So we got 2 going that way, 2 going that way, and they basically alternate above and below. All right, no problem. Huh. This is Thursday, right? Oh my gosh. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay, so we're on the lattice section. What? It sneaks up. This is row 7. So again, it's pearl, knit, pearl, pearl, pearl. Okay, it's 3 to the front. Man, I'm really paranoid about that. I shouldn't have to look. 3 to the front. All right. Okay, we're gonna pearl 4. Let's see. Knit purl. And then it's purl purl. Purl. Knit. Knit. Oh boy. All right. That was row 7. All right, we're going to do one more row. That should take us. All right. Phew. Oh man. This is wearing me out. You know what's also kind of scary? I know I've been using half skeins, but we've done basically one skein, 2 half skeins to get this far. Like, yikes. How many inches is this? Okay, it'll be about 4 inches. We need to go 18 and a half. Let's just go 20. So we'll need 5 skeins. Oh, but then it's beyond 18. That's where we start necking down. So let's say 7 skeins. I think I've got enough left. We did 3.5 for each sleeve. So that's 7. I bought 25. So there's 18. And if we used 7 on the... Yeah, okay, we should be fine. Even if we used... We could use up to 9. And we'd be fine. Or we'd be close. But we should be okay. Of course, I still have to sew this thing together. That won't take infinite yarn, but it's not 0. Although I also don't think 4 is a correct number here. Although this is denser than this too, so we'll probably be fine. All right, let's we'll get a better sense as we get further along here about yarn usage. Okay, let's do the backside here. purl. Knit, knit. And then knit, slip. Okay, this is 8. So we're going to, oh, wait a minute. Knit. Six purl. Whoa. 1, 2, 3, slip. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Crocheting cotton linen in this temperature is a blessing. That's funny. Oh no! You haven't bought enough. You're cursed. You're cursed, Tywick. Kind of like having a warm cat on your lap. Hey, we've got ads starting in about 2 minutes. About 2 minutes, it'll be 3 minutes of ads. Good time to get a stretch break. Get some water. I'm gonna keep knitting here. We're gonna finish up this row and then we're gonna read Galaxy Express 39. So, this will take another 10 minutes, 15 minutes. There we go. Welcome back. All right, knit. Well, I'll be glad when this stays up on the counter. Keeps falling off the table. Okay. Let's see. We knit one. We do our basket weave here, which is knit 2, purl 2. Twice. Oh, wait, no. We're on the back side. All right, there we go. Whew. So our basket weave is well established. You can see the checkerboard pattern. On the front side, we've now gone through 8 rows. So that is 2 iterations of the braid, 2 iterations of the braid, 1 full iteration of the honeycomb, and a third of an iteration of this, of the lattice. So we're just kind of seeing this. You can see, right, it's 2 lines going this way, 2 lines going this way, and alternating above and below. So that will lattice its way up, repeating every 24 rows. So this is only a third of the pattern. So there we go. So everything else repeats ad infinitum, except this keeps going for a bit longer before it repeats. There we go. All right. Oh, let me mark that done. Row 8. Whoa. We are theoretically like, I don't know, 5% done. Less than 5% done. It's hard to know for sure how many rows this will be. We're likely need to get to like 180 rows before we start decreasing, but it's not clear yet. I guess, hold on, I can get a sense by looking at the sleeve. Actually, it's in the sleeve instructions, right? No, it's not. Oh, no, it is. Until sleeve measures 18. I guess. What did we went to 21, right? How did they ever measure this? Maybe I did. I knew it was roughly going to be 21. Yeah, it's about 21. Okay. So, actually... Is that right? So if 21 inches is 140 rows, we may get to start decreasing a lot sooner. More like 100 rows. Okay. Okay, so that's a little bit more encouraging. We still have a lot of rows to do before we can start decreasing. For sure. But as we saw, right, once you start decreasing, things go faster and faster, especially when you stop having to do all the cables. And similarly, it looks like we get down to 50 stitches. So when we're done, the back gets down to about here, which is pretty wild. So it gets down pretty far. Okay. All right. Well, that's more encouraging, because thinking that I was going to have to do that many all the way for a really long time was starting to feel a bit daunting. So maybe it won't take 3 months. Maybe it'll only take 2.5. Okay, we need to finish off this chapter of Galaxy Express so that we resolve the cliffhanger and end this chapter. Very long chapter. So let's get switched over here. Galaxy Express, this is Volume 2, Chapter 8. Not Jujutsu. Volume 2, oh wait. Eternal, Volume 2, Chapter 8, Part 4. Start recording. Oh. Okay, let's change our stream info. Dark Queen with Galaxy Express Eternal now. Switch over to writing and reading. Okay, I apologize for pausing the music in the middle of that rousing boss fight, but we got to get moving here. Okay, I think we're all set. So let's just hop right to it. All the fun stuff. Here we go. All right, let's finish off Chapter 8 of Volume 2 of Galaxy Express 39 Eternal. This chapter, the Dark Queen, the Dark Queen. When we paused last time, Claire had thrown herself out of the window. Tetsuro had thrown himself out as well to cushion her fall so that she wouldn't break. And also, apparently, the Arcadia showed up and some stuff was going on. And we had the Arcadia coming in. And finally this. So this is where we had paused. Again, extremely long chapter, 100 pages. This is our 4th session and hopefully our final one. So let's go. So, Tetsuro. We always saw this a lot in the original series. Tetsuro would black out and wake up and everything would be fine. Huh? Claire-san wa? As for Claire-san, as for Miss Claire. So how is she? Where is she? Daijoubu. Hibi mo iranakatta wa. Fine. Crack, even a crack not entering. So didn't get a single crack. Didn't get a crack. Okay, so she is fine. And there's the Arcadia out there. He sees it. Ah! Oh, look at that. They're already back on the train. So he doesn't even get to wake up at the hotel. Hold on. This is always... There we go. There we go. Oh, the train taking off. We can see the little dwellings for the metanoids on the surface of the planet. And there's the Arcadia, as always, like bursting out of the frame. Actually, they're both bursting out of the frame. Okay. Oh, goal. So they're both going. You get to see them side by side. Actually, I can lighten that back up. It's not dark. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Oops. Okay, looking down at the planet, you can see this, and Meituru is apparently saying, Yami ga kyusoku ni ote iku. The darkness, quickly hiding and going. It's going and hiding, meaning it's moving forward and enveloping, hiding the planet. So the darkness has like sped up. Isoge, kono hoshi wa mou oshimai da. So here's Harlock. In fact, you'll see the exclamation here in a second. Hurry, as for this planet, already it's the end. So it's already the end for this planet. Hurry. Energy ga ari yotte? No. Is that Amaru? Amaru. Ari amate? Okay, ari amaru, to be in excess, to be superfluous. Energy ga ari amatte itta node, yami no osoroshisa o amaku mita no da. Energy being in excess because the horrificness, the terrifyingness of the darkness looked upon naively. Because the energy is energy. Because the energy is in excess, looked naively, sweetly, but naively upon the horribleness of the darkness. Okay, I guess like this is, he is saying like, I looked naively at how terrifying the darkness really was. Like I treated that naively, and there's too much energy. There's excess, more than enough energy remaining. Harlock. 今日はないのに No, not 今日。明日はないのにあると思っていた. As for tomorrow, even though not existing, was thinking. のにある. Oh, wait. 明日はないのにあると. Oh, I guess even though was existing, was thinking. Yeah, okay. 明日はないのにあると思っていた. So it was thinking tomorrow existed, even though it's not existing, I guess. 我々の地球と同じだ. It's the same as with our Earth. 太陽系と同じだ. It's the same as with the solar system. So he means the same thing is going to happen, I guess. There's going to be like a supernova. 闇は全宇宙を飲み尽くすつもりだ. As for the darkness, it's the intent to swallow up the entire universe. Okay, we're now like never-ending story here, territory. Nomi tsukusu. Really? I would have thought, I thought tsukusu means to use up. Yeah. Okay. So it's to drink up and exhaust, swallow completely. That's the intent of the darkness, to do that to the entire universe. All right. Let's darken this. Whoa. There goes the train leaving. Okay. Oh, all right. We see. Wow, that is fast. Let's zoom in so we can see this a little bit better. Haramazaria ga yami ni kiete iku. I'm going to assume that's Tetsuro. Haramazaria is going and vanishing into the darkness. And again, the iku, teiku means like it's moving in a forward direction in time. So it's being erased, vanishing into the darkness. Nani mo mie naku becoming not able to see anything. I can't see anything. Nothing is visible. There we go. Oh, all right. Another full page here. So it's not clear anymore. Is this on top of the surface or is this below the surface? But although that little house, that thing looks more like a surface thing. So this is probably on the surface. Okay, maybe we'll find out. Dai technologia to onaji scale no soul shaba? Is it Solsha? Yeah, operation. Oh, switchyard. Okay. So Solsha is like operation of cars, train cars. Well, in this case, train cars. And then a Solsha Jo, a place, is a switchyard. Meaning where the trains switch tracks. Okay, so the switchyard is of the scale the same as Great Technologia, which was from many chapters ago. Haramazaria ni wa atta ga subete yami ni owarete horobita? Is it horobiru? Yeah, horobiru. Okay, so as for Haramazaria, Attaga, Attaga. As for Haramazaria, it existed, meaning I guess like a switchyard existed, but everything into darkness is being hidden and ruined, destroyed. That is still old, right? Yeah. Being covered, concealed, wrapped in darkness, and perishing. Horobita. Okay, so now there's the implication there that the darkness is going to destroy things. It's not just hiding them and concealing them. It's horobita. Just there's like a destruction or a death. Oh. Or, I mean, that's what the verb implies. Mo nido to ningen ga tsukau koto wa dekinai. No longer a second time, humans using event as for that, not possible. So it's no longer something that the humans will be able to use again, a second time. Again, the switchyard. All right. Da Queen to ohanashi shita no wa ii taiken deshita ne, Tetsuro-san. With Dark Queen, story or talking, doing. So as for speaking with the Dark Queen, it is a good personal experience. Taiken? Yeah, it's a good personal experience, you know, Mr. Tetsuro? Seems kind of a funny thing to say. Demo, are wa Kagedatta. But as for that thing, shadow was. But as for that thing, it was a shadow. It was shadow, shade. He just says it was kage. That thing was, oh, he means a reflection or an image, because Meitoru said that it was something transmitted from a great distance. So, but as for that thing, it wasn't a reflection and image. That's what he means by kage. Kage ni obiete kabe ni ana o akechimatta mitomonai. Mitomonai. Okay, so obieru is to be scared of. So being frightened of a reflection, an image, and opening up a hole in the wall, meaning shooting a hole in the wall, and then shimao here, meaning like, oops, regret. It's mitomonai. It's shameful. It's disgraceful. Yeah, so that thing was an image, a reflection. It's shameful, disgraceful, having opened up a hole in the wall, being scared of an image or a reflection. Kage demo dete kuru koto wa metta ni nai mezurashii koto. Even though an image, a reflection, a shadow, as for the event of coming out, rare, it's, yeah, uniquely a rare event. Metta ni nai is rare, and then this is like seldom. So it's a rare and seldom event, or even the image to come out. Anata no koto ga totemo ki ni naru no yo. Things about you, or you, very much becoming to the mind or the spirit. So very much concerned about you, or very much interested in you. Yeah, to worry about, to be bothered about, to be on one's mind. Oh, almost left out Miku in there. Naze? Why? Oh, this is still him. Boku mitai nano wa uchu chu ni uja iru no ni. As for one's, boku mitai nano wa. As for one's like me, throughout the universe, traveling about or loitering about, even though. So why is she interested in me, even though he's implying there's lots of people like me roaming about the universe? Wakamono no mirai wa mugen tai no kanosei ga aru. As for the future of young people, a vast infinity of possibilities exist. Mugen tai? Mugendai. So again, as for the future of young people, a infinity of possibilities exists. Da queen wa sore ga kowai no. As for the Dark Queen, that is scary. That's scary to the Dark Queen, the limitless futures of young people. Da queen, the Dark Queen, ... meaning like she's scared of that. Tashikani bukimi toyo ka henna kibun datta. Certainly a thing called creepy and a strange mood it was. It was a strange feeling and a thing called creepy. Or like, should I call it creepy? Oh, Harlock is still there. Demo, akushato mo kanji nakatta kero hen da ne. But evil person like didn't feel, but it was weird. So she didn't feel evil, but it was weird. It was strange. Akusha janai wa? I guess that's supposed to be made to do. Evil person is not. So she's not evil. Okay, maybe it was Harlock. Da queen wa omae no kokoro o minuita zo. As for the Dark Queen, she saw through your kokoro. So minuku is to see through. Yeah, so as for the Dark Queen, she saw through your kokoro, your heart, mind, spirit. Yudan suru na. Doing unpreparedness, don't do. So don't be unprepared, meaning be prepared. Ura o kaku koto o kangaero. Don't be unprepared, be prepared. Think about things written on the backside. Ura, behind. Ura o kaku koto o kangaero. This may be an expression. Ura o kaku. Oh, okay. Think about the event of outwitting, outsmarting. So, ura o kaku. I guess, what is the kaku here? To scratch, to rake, to comb. To pierce all the way through. Anyway, he's cautioning him, Tetsuro, saying, again, think about the event of outwitting, outsmarting, defeating. Nande sonna koto o? Why that sort of a thing? And o meaning like, why should I be thinking about that sort of event? The defeating, outwitting, etc. Izure wakaru tanoshimi ni shite iro. Izure, isn't that just like someday? Yeah, at any rate, soon we'll understand. Do like looking forward to it, or you'll enjoy it. You'll understand soon enough. Tanoshimi ni shiteiro, and do look forward to it. So da, that's right, it is that way. Emarara dasu ga ju o torikae nakareba to tsutaete kureto no koto da. Okay, Emeraldus, gun exchanging, if don't do, doing the favor of transmitting event it is. So it's the event of doing the favor of transmitting, I guess this is an implied double negative, that must exchange the gun. Emeraldus, it's the event of doing the favor of transmitting, must exchange gun. Torikaesu. Torikae. Gain, no, exchange or replacing the gun. Huh? So ka, doumo hen da to omotta. I see. Somehow it's strange thought. So he's like, I see, I thought that was weird. Boku no ju wa shiriaru namba 2 datta hazu da. As for my gun, it ought to have been serial number 2. Well, what is it now? It's on the hilt, isn't it? The thing's in the way. What's the serial
Hello
number?
there.
Okay. So, that's right, it is that way. Anata no ju wa Emerara dasu ga shuri shiteru wa. It is that way, that's right. As for your gun, Emeraldus is the one that's doing repairs. Emeraldus is repairing your gun. Itsuka 会える、その時に交換すればいいわ。Okay, sometime, at some point, able to meet, and at that time, if do exchange, that's good. So at some point you'll be able to meet and you'll be able to exchange. Okay, so apparently he doesn't have his original gun anymore? なぜ取り替えたんだろう? Why exchanged, I wonder. Yeah, so like, why was it exchanged, I wonder. パワーアップしないとメタノイドには勝てないからな。Power up if don't do powering up. Answer to the metanoids, not able to win. That's why you know. So if you don't power it up, you're not going to be able to beat the metanoids. とりあえず修理海洋の済んだ方を達郎に渡したの。For the time being, a repair upgrade? Was that what that was, Kaio? Or is it Kaioku? Oh, Kairyo. Improvement. Yeah, repair improvements, finishing direction to Tetsuro passed. So for the time being, passed to Tetsuro a finished direction of modification improvements or repair improvements. Yeah, I guess for the time being or temporarily passed to Tetsuro. Okay, so the one he has is already upgraded, I guess. Temporarily passed to Tetsuro a finished direction of repair upgrades. アルカリアの心になっているトチロがそう言ったんだ。Okay. So that's the Tochiro that's over on the Arcadia. That looks an awful lot like Tetsuro, and that we saw the joke made about a chapter or two ago where he put on the glasses and they said he looked like Tochiro. Tochiro, who has become the heart, the kokoro of the Arcadia, that way said. So that's what Tochiro said. And remember, there's the whole thing where this person has become one with the Arcadia, the ship. Okay, now here's the Arcadia. そうだ, Tetsuro. That's right, Tetsuro. それまでエメラルダスのを使え. Up until then, use the one of Emeraldus. So use Emeraldus's gun. Until then, ちゃんと改良してくれるよ. I guess like, will do the favor of properly upgrading, improving. All right, so this is the upgrade. Oh. Without warning, we go right into this. We need the exploding planet counter back. Okay, there was no warning here. They were talking about the gun and all this stuff, and turn the page, and there you go. Oh, wow. Okay, we get another full page of Tochiro at the Arcadia. And we'll zoom in here in a second. So we get a full close-up of this. Notice that Tochiro speaks like Kanon does as a computer with katakana. Haroku, Harlock. Arcadia go e kaere. Return to the Arcadia. Haramazaria ga ankoku bakuhatsu shita. The Helmazaria, the planet, Helmazaria did a darkness explosion. A dark explosion. I mean, that does look like an explosion of darkness, so I suppose that is an appropriate word. Helmazaria did a dark explosion. Ankoku bakuhatsu. Hahen ga kuruzo. Fragments are coming. Fragments of the planet are coming, approaching. I think we're getting close to the end here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we got 5 more pages. Good. Tetsuro. Mata ao kujikeru na. So Tetsuro, let's meet again and don't kujikeru. That's don't balk, don't crumple. Yeah, don't be crushed, don't be broken. Haroku-san, Mr. Harlock. Nanda san nante. Oh, like what is it? What's with the sun? Like why do you keep calling me Mr. Harlock? Haramazaria no koto o shitemasu ka? Knowing the events of Haramazaria. Now, in this case, he's talking about the night, I think. So the Holy Mother of Hell. Are you familiar with the events, what happened with Haramazaria? Ini suru na izure wakaru. Again, don't worry about it. Don't have that on your mind. Soon, any moment now, you will understand. Mo ichido iu. I will say it one more time. Mazu omae ga ikinobiro. First, you survive. Rikutsu wa ato de kangaereba ii. As for the theory, later thinking about is good. Or the reason. So first, survive. It's good if you think about the reason, the theory later. Ano hoshi wa, as for that planet, Haramazaria kishi no monumento ga atta taisetsu na hoshi datta hazu. So as for that planet, a memorial, a monument existed of the night Haramazaria. A precious, important planet it ought to have been. Oh, is that Kako? Yeah, the past, bygone days. Kako ya omoide to itta mono ni kodawaranai no ga dark queen da. Okay. The past, bygone days, and memories, and things like that, even though they exist, itta mono ni are no kodawaranai. Oh, not being fixated on, not being obsessed, not being particular about. As for the one not being particular about, not being fixated on things that existed like memories and the past and bygone days, that's Dark Queen. Yeah. So Tetsuro, I guess, is trying to figure out, like, why would the planet blow up, or why would presumably the Dark Queen blow up the planet, presuming that's what's happened. And he's saying it should have been an important planet because it had a monument monument to Harumazaria on it, and so it should have been precious, important. And again, Harlock is emphasizing that Dark Queen, of ones that don't fuss about or care about things such as memories and the bygone days, that's the Dark Queen. Mirai no koto dake o kangaeteru onna da is a woman thinking only about things of the future, which would also explain why she's fascinated by young people who have infinite possibilities for their future. Okay. That's sort of making sense, as much as this makes sense. Shineba yume ga kiyoru zo, Tetsuro. If die, dreams will vanish, Tetsuro. So if you die, your dreams will go away, they'll vanish, they'll disappear, Tetsuro. Jana, see ya. How'd you love to just show up and deliver pithy lines? All right, 3 more pages. Here we go. What is going on here? Is that supposed to be kanon? Yeah, I guess that's kanon. So that's kanon. We're getting this kind of awkward tall panel again. And her back is to them for some reason. And she's saying, Daijoubu desu, it's fine. これはブライトリングの時に比べれば、それほどのエネルギーはありません。振り切れます。Okay. Okay, so it's fine. As for this thing, if due comparison to the time of Bright Ring, this extent, or that extent of energy, as for that not existing, able to break free. So you remember way back at this point, when they had left Bright Ring, the Firefly planet, this is Ring of Fireflies, right? It blew up, and then there was that whole shockwave, and the fireballs, and all that stuff had to happen, and there was worry about yada yada. She's basically saying like, oh no, you don't have to worry about that. It's compared to it, the energy doesn't exist. We can shake free. Which is classic. It's like, yeah, there's only 2 pages left, so we don't have time to do all that crap. Yeah, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Furikiremasu. Able to break free. There's Claire. Tetsuro-san, Mr. Tetsuro, あなたは私を死ぬ覚悟で助けてくれた. So as for you, you did the favor of saving with the preparedness of dying or killing yourself, of you dying. A little bit of a weird thing. Basically, you were prepared to die to save me. Anata no kimochi yo, your mood, your feelings, 私は決して忘れない. As for me, certainly not able to forget. Okay, so as for me, I am certainly not able to forget your feelings, your mood. いつか いつの日かあなたのために死んであげる. This seems very prophetic. And even though she did it in the first series, someday, sometime, someday, the day of sometime, for your purpose, for you, I will do the favor of dying. So someday I will die for you. Wow. Okay. And there we go. The train's leaving. Another planet has blown up. And we get our departure scroll to wrap this up. So let's see what we've got. Uchu wa kodai muhen to itte mo ii. Itte mo ii. Okay, as for the universe, even if you say that it is expanding infinitely without end, that's good. Okay, so I think that is kodai, meaning to expand. Extensive, vast. Okay. Oh, this is all one thing. Kodai muhen. Boundless, vast. So even if you say the universe is vast and boundless, that's fine. Kokoro mo soko ni kagayaku hoshi no kazo hodo sonzai shiteiru. The kokoro also, in that place, shining planets of numbers extent is doing existing. Okay, so the kokoro, heart, mind, spirit, again, exists with the extent of the number of planets shining in that place, meaning in the universe. Okay. Tetsuro no kokoro mo sono naka no hitotsu ni suginai. Even Tetsuro's kokoro is nothing more than one of that, of all those numbers of planets that shine in the universe. Okay. Tetsuro no inochi mo sono naka no hitotsu ni suginai. Even Tetsuro's life is nothing more than one amongst all of that. Daga, however, Tetsuro ni totte wa, for Tetsuro's purposes, sore ga jibunshi jishin da. That thing is itself. Sore ga jibun jishin. It's like oneself. Daga, Tetsuro ni totte wa, as for Tetsuro, that thing is like himself. Yeah, I guess. Okay, so from the perspective of the universe, there's vast and countless kokoro and inochi that exist as many as the number of stars. But for Tetsuro, from his perspective, that single kokoro is he himself. Iki nukaneba. Iki nukaneba yume ga kieru no da. If not able to survive, dreams will vanish. Dreams will fade away. Okay, so kind of echoing Harlock's statement. About if he dies, his dream will go with it. So, there we go. That was the end of Da Queen, Chapter 8 of Volume 2. We'll continue next time with Chapter 9. This will be the final chapter of this volume. It is a shorter chapter, but we'll still probably take a couple sessions to get through it. We'll see what that's about next time. All right. Well, there we go. Hey, look, we finished. We finished Volume 3 of the English. So Viz only published 5 volumes of this, and they did not make it to the end of this series. They did not make it to the end of the series. So there is no complete formal translation of this in English. And we're getting close. We're getting close to the end of the English stuff. So anyway, okay. That's going to do it for us for today. Thank you as always, everyone, I hope you have a good start to your weekend here. I will be streaming tomorrow. Should be normal timing and everything. We'll try to do our best and do everything. I'm getting backlogged on everything. And I keep saying this, but I'm going to be gone for about, I don't know, probably like 10 days next week. Maybe a little bit shorter, but I'm going to be gone a fair amount and I will not be streaming. So we're coming up on a big break here. And I don't quite know how to handle the giveaways and stuff like that. We'll just do our best, whatever. I can catch up at any time. So anyway, keep an eye out on Twitch or on Discord for all that stuff. I've got my niece's wedding and I'm just going to spend some extra time with my family. So that's going to do it for us for today. We are going to go raid Keiichi-san, Japanese speedrunner extraordinary. I hope you all have a spectacular start to your weekend. Again, stay safe, stay well, stay hydrated. You know, here it's pretty rainy, so you just go outside and open your mouth and look up and you'll be hydrated. So pretty easy. Don't do that. Anyway, have a good one. Let's go raid Keiichi. Oh, and there we go. Have a good one, and I will catch y'all next time. Thanks again. Bye for now.